Recording in progress.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. John will be with us in just a minute. He is here, but he's not here, but he is on his way.
Yeah.
So hopefully everybody is having an amazing Tuesday. It's only Tuesday.
Yeah, it's only Tuesday, right?
What's happening?
I need that to be Thursday immediately.
I like the other T letter
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
Because then it's like you can smell the weekend, which lasts for all of 2.5 minutes. And then Monday comes back around. That's how time works, folks. I might not know math, but I do know time.
You know time.
Yes. So hopefully everybody is having a wonderful day so far. Happy time zone. I haven't seen a whole lot of people chatting yet this morning, but hopefully people are getting in. And we will get started. Hi, Jelly Beanster. We will get started in a couple minutes here. As soon as John gets back, he had to run offline real quick or not run away from the camera, but he had to go do something real quick. There he is. John's here. So
right.
Live. I went ahead and started.
Right.
Okay, are you ready to rock and roll? Do you want to share your screen? Do you want to do
Oh my gosh, hold on. My slides are completely in the wrong place.
Zoom? Did they move them on you?
No, I was messing around with stuff.
No.
So, all right. So I'm going to allow share. We're going to share desktop one. Oh, now you should be able to see.
Yes.
Stuff.
Traffic analysis.
All right, everybody. So hello. Welcome and welcome back. We are now going to jump in and we're going to start talking about network traffic analysis. Specifically, the traffic that is leaving your environment should be the traffic that you should be focused on. And if we're looking at this in terms of MITRE, we can see just, a lot in MITRE that is oftentimes ignored in organizations today. For command and control, commonly used port, removable media, proxying, data exfiltration, and the overwhelming number of different tools that you have out there do not detect a lot of this type of egress traffic that can be leaving your environment. So what we need to do is we need to address how we can start looking for that, especially in the age of dealing with crypto and encryption and things of that nature, because we ultimately need visibility. Basic, simple alerting is just not enough at all, right? We need context and understanding of what's going on. But once again, the difficulty associated with that is encryption, right? So what happened in a lot of organizations and a lot of products that are out there, because TLS and SSL is used so heavily, they kind of gave up. I mean, you do have appliances that can intercept and decrypt TLS, SSL traffic. That is absolutely a thing, but that gets into privacy and like all kinds of weird GDPR concerns associated with it as well. So we're trying to identify in these scenarios gaps in endpoint coverage. We're looking at IoT, shadow access, and also when things go bad, you need to have answers, and you can't just say, well, it's encrypted. And once again, this is one of those weird spaces where Gartner and I actually do agree on these two things. So let's go ahead and let's jump in. Now, if we're trying to understand network traffic, we can look at network traffic through things like NetFlow, where we can look at something like ASA logs, we can look at the connections associated with what's leaving an environment, and we can monitor that traffic. This was created by Cisco, and it's truly a collection of different connection statistics, which in many ways became a standard. You have an exporter, which will be the device that's actually sending that data. You have an importer, which would be something that's collecting it, right? Just simple logging facility. And then you have an analysis engine, which is going to monitor and make sense of what's actually going on with that data. And in a lot of ways, this spawned off a lot of other companies that created their own flows. They had like S flow, K flow, B flow, Z flow, all of these different types of flows everywhere. And they're all different standards and they're all different ways to try to deal with connection statistics. Now, we also have other ways that we can look at this, and many times it involves going through it by hand. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick lab to start out today, where we're going to look at the logs of a Cisco ASA device, okay? So let's go ahead and let me see if I can, oops, I'm in the wrong labs. Let's go to GitHub, intra-class files, I'll go to navigation, and we are going to look at firewall log review. And we're going to do this specifically so we can get some understanding as far as what that network traffic analysis looks like if we're trying to do it by hand. Now, I've got the lab up and running on my system, so you can get your labs up and running. We have labs. So many labs, you all, so much going on. But we're going to open up a Kali terminal. We're going to become root. We're going to CD into the op firewall log. And we're going to start with the assumption that we know an IP address is compromised, or at least we assume that an IP address is compromised. In this situation, it's 192.168.1.6. All right. We're going to grep out that IP address from the logs. And you're going to see the log data is bad. It's just really kind of ugly. As I say, this ultimately is a nightmare. So we're going to go through and refine the data back to the point where we can actually get some network traffic analysis and statistics out of it as well. Now, ultimately, when I get down to the bottom, we're going to do some math, and we're going to be using a wonderful little set of tools called R tools that allows us to do analysis on data from the command line to be able to try to identify some beaconing as far as what's going on. Now, I'm setting up this lab as kind of a problem statement so you can see how hard it is to do this analysis, but you do have tools that can help you with this data analytics. So, Daryl, let's go ahead and set the clock for 20 minutes for this lab. We'll come back, do a walkthrough, and we're going to talk about what some solutions look like. So let's get going. I swear that timing is fantastic. Just crazy. I also swear that I'm in the wrong lab environment today. So let's go ahead and get that up. Okay, let's get that going. It's going to take a few minutes. I started up the wrong lab environment, y'all. I started up the anti-lab, and it doesn't look like we're sharing my screen now. Let me go resume. There we have it. I started up the wrong lab environment, and here we are. All right. So it's going to take 144 seconds. So I'm just going to go through this lab via screenshots because I think that's a good idea. So the first thing that we do when we're looking at logs, and this is something that's really important, especially whenever you're dealing with AI, is you need to be able to find out how you can analyze data, and being able to ask the right questions is incredibly important when you're looking at the data itself. I haven't tried, and if somebody wants to, that would be awesome. But I haven't tried to take these ASA syslogs. I don't think they're on my GitHub repository. But maybe I did move them there. Intro class. All right, I'll look around, but I could try to upload those ASA logs, which I thought I had them somewhere. If someone can find them and give me a link to where they are on GitHub, I know I'm having people like look for crap on my GitHub repository, but I thought that's how I moved them to it. But in any rate, the point is you can totally just throw logs up and tell ChatGPT to be like, look for bad. And the problem with that approach is it doesn't know the context, right? And you oftentimes have to give it a little bit of information because in this log, there's a bunch of logs for a variety of different weird things going on in here. And it's entirely possible that it would hallucinate. So if you understand like how to take the logs and take what we have in this class and focus it to a question that can actually be answered by ChatGPT or any of those different tools that are out there, then you get much better results out of it. Actually, let me see if my lab is up. I got 17 seconds. And we can maybe play with this. I just got to figure out where my ASA logs.txt are. Hold on, let me go over here. I thought somebody shared them with me. All right, here we go. I've got some firewall logs. Let's download them. All right, so I've got some logs and I'm going to open these up. Here we go. All right, so I have ASA logs right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these ASA logs and let's see how ChatGPT does with this. Let's go. How do I add file? Upload a file. I don't want the zip logs. Let's go. Look for evil traffic. Let's see how it does. Now it's really cool to watch because what it's going to do is it's actually going to go through and it's going to parse and extract out the zip file. And then once it's extracted the zip file, it's going to start doing analysis on that. Oh, it looks like ICANN has pi just basically gave me the direct log file. It says multiple intersections of activity, multiple destination ports. All right, well, that's interesting, even though that's not malicious. It seriously isn't. The 104.152.52.221, that maybe looks like a port scan, but that's not the malicious traffic. It just isn't. And then the behavior pattern, TCP request discarded across many unrelated ports strongly suggests this. That's not right. Telnet, that's not it. That's just normal. It is blocked by an ACL. Potential internal host issues. Nope, that's not the malicious traffic. Okay, so it didn't detect anything. All right. it didn't detect anything in the log file that we have provided. But let's go ahead and let's give it a little bit more context. All right. So if we take the context of what you did by hand, right? Like we're saying internal IP address and external IP address, we use the grep minus v to ignore any line that has 24.230.56.6. And we're looking for the end connections, right? So what we can do is we can take this and let's ask ChatGPT again, and let's go and rephrase this to be a lot more specific, right? And let's give it an actual IP address. Let's go. We got 2 IP addresses because this backdoor alternates between the 13 and the 18 IP address. Let me go ahead and find that 18 IP address. Let's throw that in there. There we go. Let's see if it gets a little bit more data, and let's see if we can point it right at it. And I love this lab. I got to be honest with you. I love this lab because it's not something you just throw into ChatGPT and it just nails it, right? It requires that analysis, right? So this is awesome. Like it says, okay, this IP address belongs to Microsoft infrastructure. They're commonly associated with 365 update Teams, Defender, Edge, and CDNs. The traffic pattern from this is to that IP address, very short-lived, successful thin teardowns, low to moderate byte counts, rapid connection cycling. Right. And it says it's actually pretty normal for web APIs, telemetry, and update checks and modern browser traffic. It's not. It's not. And I'll show you here at the end. The next one is this IP address almost certainly web services, CDN edge content, and it's successful TLS, fin closure, small byte count, no obvious failures or retries. And it says the weird part is the volume and the cadence. Now, it's right about that. It is absolutely right about the volume and the cadence that's happening over and over again because it is, in fact, malware beaconing. That's what it is. It says suspicious, but not conclusive, right? It don't see obvious exploit traffic. You would want to look at these systems next. All right. So kind of, but you notice that I had to drag ChatGPT right there because if we go all the way down to the bottom, right, and we take this entire thing and we run it through our cloud lab, and we do analysis on it, it gives us the mathematical analysis of the traffic. It says, okay, the minimum value is 1816. The maximum is 1848. It says the mean is 1829, but notice that really tight standard deviation. The standard deviation is 12. Right? That is an indication of beaconing level behavior. And it kind of got to that, but it was kind of going to an incorrect assumption. One of the reasons why I think it's important to look at that incorrect assumption is look at the data time. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. That's not normal. I don't know of very many services that do that unless you're like a remote terminal or a keep alive session. But even then, full TCP teardowns every single second would have to be a very poorly developed API, right? So it's kind of setting up the problem statement by trying to do analysis on individual logs themselves. And this brings us to Zeek. Now, Zeek is another logging analysis platform, right? It's not analysis, just another logging platform, but it's very fast, has a huge user support base, lots of consistency, timestamps are key, and many devices handle timestamps in different and odd ways. Zeek is dead consistent, and we love that type of consistency that gets away. Now, what we're doing about this is we're kind of starting to see where we're moving from your signature-based detection of looking for strings. Let me go all the way back up here where we can look at, let's say, an executable, and we can be looking for certain assembly instructions like this and detecting that as a string. We can't because it's encrypted. So if we can look at the behavioral patterns based on those logs, it gives us another possibility in a way where we can actively start hunting for adversaries. This is going to become incredibly important over the next few years. And the reason why this is going to become so incredibly important over the next few years is because of AI. Because AI has the ability to generate malware, it has the ability to generate new C2 methods, it has the ability to obfuscate your command and control traffic. It has the ability to hide in so many ways that we're going to need humans using AI to be able to actively go through and hunt through that traffic, through those traffic patterns. And that's what you're going to do. And at BHIS, if we can bypass AV, IDS, and IPS, attackers can, and AI will as well. So we need to be able to do this. It's going to require a little bit of math. Now, under the hood, the math is really baked into a tool called Real Intelligence Threat Analytics, or RITA, and it finds patterns in network traffic. Specifically, it looks for beacons. It also looks for deny lists. So your standard sort of like known bad IP addresses that you see quite regularly. It is the ability to look for beacons and things and then correlate that back with known bad IP addresses as well. And all of it's for free. And everything I'm going to show you is really going to be available on GitHub for free for pretty much ever, because we have multiple patents to keep this product open sourced as long as possible. Now, we've got to spend a little bit of time talking about what this type of beaconing activity actually does do. So if we're looking at what the beaconing activity does, I want you to think of it in terms of, let's say, I don't know, how many of you have been around a child recently, a small child, a toddler, and you've come across a conversation that goes something like this: mom, 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 or dad, 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 dad. That's a beacon. And we can analyze that beacon utilizing a bunch of different things, right? We can look at the interval: mom, 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 mom. It's got a heartbeat. It's got a beat. You can dance to it. Also, the data size is consistent. DAD, MOM, MOM, MOM. And the connection time, we have that very tight interval of completion and restart again and again and again. We can take large data sets and we can run it through machine learning algorithms. Like a lot of people would say, just straight up AI on this, like just you could do that, but you would use specific algorithms. One of the algorithms that we use is this one and a variation of it. It's k-means clustering. All right. So k-means clustering is an algorithm that looks for patterns within data, right? So it's looking for those consistencies in that data set. An example would be, I got an idea, CAPTCHAs. What you guys have seen CAPTCHAs, right? You have all these different CAPTCHAs, and what do they have you do? Again and again and again and again. Does anyone know? Streetlights, bicycles, right? Street lights and bicycles. I want you to look at this picture and click on all the pictures of cars. I want you to click on all the pictures of bikes. I want you to click on all the pictures of streetlights. I want you to click on all the pictures of buses. When you do that, you're training AI to identify and be able to do pattern recognition and identify carness, to identify traffic lightness, to identify all of these different things. So that's what this algorithm is doing. It's looking for that clustered pattern of consistency. We also use another algorithm called MADMA, medium average distribution of the mean, which does this too. Now, the other thing that we can look at is long connections. Whenever you make a connection, how long is that connection established? Now, there's a couple of ways to look at this. One way that you can look at it is TCP connection SYN, SYNAC, and ACKs all day long for 24 hours, and then maybe a FIN. That's one way. The other way to look at it is to look at the total aggregate number of connections accrued over time. So if we go back to our lab right here, we had a ton of 1 second duration connections, one right after another. If you restring all of those together, you end up with 24 hours or however many hours you have for the beacon. Even though it's a bunch of individual TCP sessions, when you stack them all together, it adds up to a lot of time. So you can do this in a variety of ways. One, you can look at the very consistently broken up beacon patterns. The other way that you can do at it is as an attacker, is you can obfuscate your connection intervals. So let me explain this in a term that I think is kind of fun. Let's say that you got a string of spaghetti, mom spaghetti, because there's vomit on a sweater already. It's dry. You take that string of spaghetti and you break it. It's going to break into multiple little tiny pieces, some big pieces and some medium pieces. Attackers will try to obfuscate their beaconing activity by doing something like that. But when you reassemble all the spaghetti pieces, take all those little things, it adds up to, let's say, an entire day. So that gives us multiple ways that we can do that long connection analysis out there as well. Beacons. Beacon, on the left-hand side, you have a score of 1. Right? That score of 1 means it's a perfect beacon. When you're analyzing that beaconness, like, has it got a good, strong heartbeat? Even if there's randomness and jitter, that can be a strong heartbeat as well. Talk about that here in a little bit. But you also want to look at the number of connections. And you can look at the number of connections. We have 108,000 connections at perfect beaconing intervals. Now, that may not be malware, but it absolutely is something that you want to address. You want to review and see what it's actually doing as well, because you are going to find things that aren't malware. If you look around this, like, we have TeamViewer was compromised back in 2016, and there was a bunch of stuff that was part of that. Now, TeamViewer and the compromise is one thing, but how many people in your environment are using TeamViewer right now to get past, like, your porn, gambling, and video game filters? Who knows, right? RDP, remote desktop protocol. How many people are using that? Nuance. Nuance are the people that bought Dragon Naturally Speaking software a number of years ago. And inside of that Dragon Naturally Speaking software was a program that allowed them to remotely control your computer system. Okay. And then the lower left-hand corner, that's a LAN turtle. And it's basically a USB to Ethernet adapter with a little Linux kernel that you can remotely control. We've seen devices like LAN turtles that are legitimate medical grade devices for USB to Ethernet that still go back to the manufacturer so you can remotely manage them from a website. Now, any one of these isn't necessarily malware, but it's absolutely something that you want to investigate in your organization. As I mentioned, it's free. It's free. We charge nothing for that. Absolutely nothing whatsoever for it. And it will remain free for as long as I am alive. If you want to know, like, my mom was the namesake for it. I didn't name the tool. The developers did. When we created the tool, the developers were working with my mom. My mom was working in finance at Black Hills Information Security, and they just named it after her. She passed away from cancer a number of years ago. And if you want to learn more about my mom, she was pretty awesome. She broke into a prison. You can check out Darknet Diaries episode number 67 and learn more about what she did and how she broke into a prison with nothing but a clipboard. Now, when we're looking at these packet captures, you've got to understand that full PCAP is the bomb. It absolutely is. Full PCAP is portable. Everyone supports it. All tools support it. It's great. If you can get full PCAP, it's great. The problem is it's very large, right? It's very, very large data sets. So that's one of the reasons why we use Zeek, is it doesn't compress. It takes that data, turns it into metadata that's about 1/10 the size. So egress traffic, we want to be pre-network address translation. You have a whole bunch of internal systems, right? And one of those systems is compromised. I need that internal non-routable IP address. I need it. So if I'm on the other side of the firewall on the internet side, then everything's going to look like it's coming from the firewall. And that's going to do nothing for me at all whatsoever. So if I'm running that pre-network traffic, I can run it through Zeek and analyze it with Rita. We can also look at dedicated capture devices. You can build your own capture device. You absolutely can. The problem is they're very expensive, but they are plug and play. And that's powerful. That saves a lot of time, effort, and money for it as well. So you got to ask yourself, how much time will it save you? Other things we can look at, user agent strings. We're going to see this in a little bit with some of the labs. We're looking at MIME types for identifying what types of data is being transferred. But we can also look at user agent strings and see if there's anything specifically weird or odd. So a user agent string is how an internal service or system identifies itself whenever it connects to a remote server as well. Jaw 3, I got to remove this. Jaw 3 is broken. You've got to move to Jaw 4. But Jaw 3 was something, it was a project by Salesforce they used to be able to fingerprint TLS SSL client hello messages to identify normal traffic and potential malware. The problem was all the major browsers, they randomized their TLS hello message, and that kind of messed with Jaw 3. But they do have Jaw 4 now. Now, ultimately, what we're looking at is anomalies. We're trying to find anomalies in a variety of different ways, right? So if you look at threat hunting, long tail analysis is pretty critical for any type of threat hunting. We want to go through and we want to sort what is normal in an environment and what is abnormal. In this situation, by looking for beaconingness, which isn't a word, but I just coined it. By looking at beaconingness, we're trying to identify the outliers of consistent beaconing behavior in an environment. And in doing so, we're trying to find that long tail because a normal human traffic is not really like consistent. It's messy in data size, data content, and intervals as well. We also have denialist incorporation. I told you there's a bunch of different websites out there that you can incorporate denialists to be able to identify, potentially bad IP addresses. And this is going to take us to a lab that's going to take us up to and through the break. So Daryl, if you want to set the timer we're going to resume at 10 minutes after. So I think that's 23 minutes. So we have 10 minutes for that, 23 minutes, he's got it. He's on it. We're going to play a little bit with denialists, all right? So this lab we're going to do is called Understanding ASNs. So I'm going to go back to the lab directory, and we are going to do Understanding ASNs to give us a better understanding of how these IP addresses work. And I'm going to walk through the first steps of this lab. This lab actually takes a little while for it to process all the data coming out of Kimry. So we're pulling down a list of bad IP addresses, and then we're going to take each one of those bad IP addresses from a rolling list that we got off of GitHub, and we're going to feed it into Kimry, and we're going to pull down a list of ASNs. And I'm going to talk more about what ASNs are on the other side of the lab. So let's get to it. And we're back. Come on, video. You can do it. You can do it, video. Oh, it did it. Good job, video. Way to jump in. I swear sometimes the Zooms hate me. All right, so let's go ahead and let's keep going. So I already ran the command where we're pulling in the ASNs. Now, for those of you that don't know, an ASN is like a zip code on the internet, and there's good zip codes and there's bad zip codes. And I'm about to take you on a safari tour of the bad zip codes. That's right. I'm the David Attenbauer of information security. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this. We're going to run this command where we're going to do a count of how many bad IP addresses are in ASNs, and then we're going to sort it. And kind of what I want to show you on this is just how quickly it drops off. I think there's over 65,000 ASNs are on the internet. Let's go ahead and ask ChatGPT, how many ASNs are there? I think it's over 65,000. I could be wrong. We're going to go to the AI and let it tell me, which people are like, why am I taking a class from a guy that's just going to use AI to answer his questions for him? Because I don't have time to download the current list of ASNs and pull it down. Oh, there we go. So we have between 80 and 90,000 ASNs. That's pretty crazy, right? That's a lot. All right. So I was a little bit off. So 80 to 90,000 are visible. So if you're looking at 80 to 90,000 of them, if we look at the top ones with the number of bad IPs, the first column is bad IP hits, and the next column is the ASN number, right? So bad IP, we got 4,925 from Alibaba. And then DigitalOcean is 4,563. A couple from China, we get to Microsoft. That's kind of weird. Sec Firewalls, that's 2,757, and then Amazon. Now, if I start hitting the space bar to kind of blow through this, you see that the number drops down quite a bit. So I've hit it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7, 8, and we're already down to 39 bad IPs. What I'm getting at is, of the 80,000 ASNs that are out on the global internet, you're only looking at a handful of them that have a lot of bad IP addresses associated with them. And that means when we're doing this deny list checking that we're talking about here, this is important, not just from looking at the IP addresses, but also looking from the ASNs as well. Further, Rita and AC Hunter and all of these tools can totally deploy inside of Security Onion. Why? Because Security Onion is using Zeek. Uses Zeek to pull that data into a really cool Kibana dashboard so you can get some analytics. If it has Zeek, Rita and AC Hunter can run on it. And that brings us to yet another lab. So many labs, you guys, going through this. So we're going to do the lab AC Hunter 2. This is the new version of AC Hunter. Every time we do this, I get a little uncomfortable. There we go. Oh, no. I'm in the wrong chat. I'm in the BHIS chat. Here we go. And here I was thinking, you guys are really quiet today. And I've been posting stuff to random places. This is the lab that we are doing. And this is the part of the lab where I make sure that we're actually functioning. Hey, how many of you set up an account in Backdoors and Breaches? Because we're going to play a game. Like I said, we talked about this yesterday, and I want to do this. And we'll get set up. I'll start a game, and I'll play it live with 3 of you. And we can we can play it and use it as like a conversation on it as well, which I think is kind of fun. So then you're going to log in, not with that IP address, or sorry, not with that user ID and password. We're going to log in with demo.acm.re. And then we're going to log in with the password of threat hunt at mile high, like so. We're going to log in. And then you're in. Now, I want to walk through a couple of quick things. In this particular lab, you're going to be going through different data sets. The data sets are listed in the upper left-hand corner. So we have XenoRat, we have what time, we have weird web. You have these different data sets that exist out here. And these represent different malware specimens as well. Now, you're going to be asked questions, and based on those questions, you're going to be going into certain IP addresses and answering the questions as best as you possibly can using AC Hunter, right? So the questions are using AC Hunter, the ASNCRAT data set. What is the connection interval between 192.168.100.136? What is the dispersion? The Xenorat dataset, what is connection interval for 172.208.51.75? And then for the DNSCAT2 dataset, what is the domain has the highest lookup count? Who's doing that? What are the random strings used for? In the what time dataset, what is the fully qualified domain name for the C2 server? What does that look like? Why would an attacker use a domain like this? And then the Firestack 2 data set, what is the issue? What are the issues with the MIME data? So you're going to have to do a little research on what MIME is, and I'll use AI to help with that, and I'll show you how you can too. So that's the lab. Now, this is a bit of a challenge lab, and we're going to go ahead and set the timer for 30 minutes on this lab today. And when we get back, we're going to do user entity behavioral analytics. So let's go ahead and set the clock to 30 minutes. And let's get rolling. I'll see you on the other side. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Put your back into it. All right, there we go. We are back, everybody. Let's do this lab, which, by the way, we totally do not need the cloud lab environment whatsoever for this particular lab because it's all directly on the interwebs. All right, so let's go ahead and let's drop down to the questions down below. All righty, in the asyncrat data set, we got a connection interval we're looking at. So we're going to go back. I'm going to open up asyncrat. And which data connection are we looking at? The 192.168.136, that one. So this one, okay, so if we click on this one, we have this just amazing connection interval. This is almost like the perfect definition of a beacon. One of the things that we have is we have this connection dispersion. Notice when you click on it, it makes it bigger, which I think is cool. This is a wonderful example of jitter. So a lot of backdoors will establish jitter. Like this one would be probably 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it would probably be a 7-second interval and then plus or minus 2 seconds for the jitter. And you see that we have this really nice symmetrical distribution of the connection intervals, which I think is great. And the reason why this is important is an interval doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to have interval characteristics. And those characteristics can also be jitter. And this is exactly that. We have that level of jitter in there. The data dispersion, super solid, high concentration. So you can see that we're getting a really good indicator that the data is dead consistent. You will get outliers. So the reason why this is important is a lot of attackers, whenever they trigger their backdoor, they trigger the backdoor and then it beacons for a long period of time. And at some type of regular interval, they then start activating it. So all of those beacons are going to be the same data size. When they activate or do something, you're going to get outliers. Now, where the hell am I going with this? Where I'm going with this is if I'm a threat hunter and the CEO says, number one, were we compromised? Yes, you were compromised. Number two, did they exfiltrate any data? I can say the data does not support it. Because if we had this data size and there was this massive outlier of large data transfer, that would be a sign of an activated backdoor. The other thing I want to call out is this persistence over time. It's a flat histogram. So we have a high persistence. We have very strong data clustering. We have a very good interval cluster on this. This is just a textbook backdoor. Now let's go to Xenorat and look at a different one. So we go to Xenorat and we look at, what was my IP address? I think it was 172 something, 172.208, that one right there. So if I look at this one's completely different. This one's weird. That's very strange. Let's look at these connections. So if we look at the connections over time, we have 4 connections and 7 meg over these connections. So what this is it's a backdoor that doesn't do a lot of beaconing. It just kind of nails its connection up and runs with it. And notice that we're not getting any data. We're not getting any beaconing. It's just a stuck connection, which is yet another way. Actually, it's weird. Attackers used to do this all the time. Then tools detected it. And then the attackers came up with all kinds of beaconing tactics. People started detecting it. And then they went back to just nailing the connection up and leaving it. So that's kind of cool. DNS Cat 2. Oh, this one. I do like this one. Let's go back. We go to DNS Cat 2 like that. Here we go. I got some stuff on there we go. So with this one, we got the r-1x.com. So check this out. This is actually giving us some data associated with what we're seeing in the DNS records. So DNS backdoors randomize the fully qualified domain name to cause a full established connection to happen. And the reason why is because of DNS caching. So if my backdoor was www.dnssync.r-1x.com, then that connection would go through once and then it would cache that on the local DNS server. So by creating these randomized subdomains or fully qualified domain names, it causes that full established connection to happen every single time. So this is what a DNS backdoor actually looks like. The next time, what time data set? What time is it? It's 4:30. It's not late. It's just early. That's a deep cut. I don't know if any of y'all are going to get that one at all. All right. So this one, oh, Roswell's throwing the dad shirt in. All right. So close. We have a little bit of connection dispersion, very little data dispersion. We have very strong persistence though. Even though there's a little bit of jitter, if you abstract back and you look at the amount of connections per hour, you see that it averages out to about 168 connections per hour. So a really good one. But the interesting thing about this is the timeserversync.com. That domain is a domain that's designed to kind of blend in an organization, to kind of blend in an organization, a name that like, oh, this seems totally legit. It's a time server sync. Don't want to block that. Something might break. Next one, Fire Static 2. Let's look at that one. Here we go. MIME data. Okay, cool. So if we go to this one, we got all kinds of MIME mismatches here. So if you're looking at it and I hover over, it says there's a mismatch found between the response MIME type and the URI. And what that means is when the MIME type is going through, it's specifically stating what is the type of data. And if the data doesn't actually match what it says it is, that's a MIME mismatch. And that's possible indications of malware. However, in this particular situation, the thing that really gets me stoked is we have that MIME mismatch 2,868 times. So we're seeing that data mismatch on that. So that's kind of a fun lab getting started with AC Hunter and doing cool things with it. If you want to check it out, it is Rita is free, and we do have a community edition for AC Hunter as well. All right, now we're moving into user entity behavioral analytics. Let me make sure we're on track. I think we're doing good. Now, UEBA is right up there with EDR. In its ability to basically detect attacks. So let's go to this game right here. And what's going on? So if I go to cards, by the way, has anyone had trouble registering? I don't know if people, God, we got my memes showing up in the Discord server. I want to see if everyone can, I got some people typing. Register just fine. All right. Let's go ahead and let's everybody get registered and we'll try to play a game. We could play games with each other. I think that would be cool. If I go into the cards, right? If we go into the core deck, if we go into UEBA, which I probably am just going to change to AI. If we look at this card, and we have the anomaly detection and things like that. If you look at this card costs 3 resource points. And the reason why is it actually detects a large number of different attacks, right? So it'll detect, social engineering under the right circumstances, credential stuffing, compromised trust relationship, insider threat, phishing, credential harvesting, and so on, right? So that's a lot that it actually can effectively detect. Okay, so if we're looking at it that way, why is that so important? Well, it's important for 2 separate reasons. And these 2 separate reasons are going to deal us like 2 separate labs. The first one is understanding that logs in and of themselves are a train wreck. And then later on, we're going to do a lab that kind of closes out the class today. That's going to kind of show you how we can get better logs out of our systems as well. This really ties back to some analysis that started years ago in Japan. JP did some really cool tools analysis, and they started with a fundamental question that was like, okay, what actually happens if an attacker is doing something like living off the land? What happens if an attacker is doing something like, they're running malware that's making registry key changes, or it's using psexec? And they started tracking holistically the logs, the prefetch files, registry key changes, and all of those different things to get a better understanding of what happens on a system. And one of the ultimate conclusions was single log analysis doesn't tell an entire story. So this requires us to start looking at user entity behavioral analytics, where we have to correlate and fuse multiple logs together in order to tell us the entirety of a story of what is happening on an environment, right? We have to tie all of that together. One example would be the internal password spray. We have one ID that's accessing multiple systems. And ultimately, what we're trying to detect, and what Logon Tracer from JP Cert clearly articulates very well, is lateral movement, right? So in the upper left-hand corner, we have the SVC white noise account, and you can see that it's logged into multiple different IP addresses with the triangles on that. Nope, you don't need to buy a digital deck to play. Let me show you real quick. So if I want to play, let me go to cards and go to my decks. You can build your own deck, or you can choose a random deck when you play. So you can go in and say, I'm going to build my deck. You have the deck slots that you can choose your cards for your deck that you want to add, so you can build your own strategy. All right. So hopefully that helps out quite a bit. But in this, we got this account that's logged on to multiple different systems. When you see me represent or talk about this a little bit later, we have these event IDs at the top that represent the bulk of understanding of what they basically do, right? And so we have like 4624, 4625. You're going to see me kind of bring this up a little bit more. Now, let's talk a little bit about false positives, because I think that's an important thing. False positives are critical to understand because they don't exist. It's not a thing. And I know that makes people really uncomfortable, but it's true. And I want to explain why. When we came up with the idea of a false positive, it was a detect that fired in a situation where it didn't meet the true condition. Now, over time, people took that to mean any log, alert, analysis engine, or any rule for detect that is firing and it doesn't match exactly what they're looking for, you just say it's a false positive and then shut that crap off, right? It put the onus and the blame on the detect, and people just shut it down completely, right? So when you're talking about this, you need to understand that false positives should be called detection tuning opportunities, right? So an example would be if you have a service account that's accessing lots of systems. An example would be this, right? This is malicious, but articulation of maliciousness. But let's say it was a service, right? If you had a true service that was logging into multiple systems and it was generating multiple alerts, it doesn't mean you disable the detect. It means you go in and tune the detect for an exception for that service and the specific characteristics of that system being used. So we have to tune. That is literally our job. So how does UEBA work? Well, it uses AI, and there's a bunch of different AI algorithms that exist for these different things. And I'm just going to go through a couple of examples. One of them would be stacking. Like a stacked analysis is really quick and easy. I want you to think of a stack of cards, right? And you assign a clipping threshold. A user logs onto a system, they get a +1. A user logs off of a system, they get a -1. And then you set a threshold, let's say 6, and then the user sprays thousands of systems, and it's now over 2,000. At that particular point, you have an alert. That's kind of the way AI works. But AI takes this a step further. It'll actually go through and learn what normal behavior actually is. So, here, let me see if I can find something. So if we look at a 3D topographical map, see if I can find topo map of data. Here we go. All right. So when you're looking and trying to understand, and you're trying to understand AI, right? AI is constantly trying to do like the path of least resistance, right? So whenever it's looking at different logs, the more normalized a log is, I want you to imagine that going uphill. So if AI is trying to identify malware and a normal user logs in, or you have 20,000 users just logging in, to try to determine that that's malicious would be the equivalent of walking uphill in this graph. It'd be equivalent of walking up towards the red. And it's not going to do that. It's not going to go to the point where it identifies that this is in fact malicious or generating an alert. However, every single time a failed login attempt happens, okay, let's say you have a user account that's doing a password spray throughout an entire environment. As it's building more and more data, that's not normal. That's not walking uphill. Like John Strand just logged into his account. Is that evil or not? No, it's probably not. John just logged into another system. Do I go uphill as possibly being evil or downhill? It's like, well, probably downhill. Most users just log in once. He just logged in again, right? And is that normal or abnormal for him? Is that uphill? Like we have a high level of data that says that that's normal activity? No, we're going to go downhill a little bit further. And then he's logged on to 10 more systems. Is that normal for him? No, that would be uphill. I'm going to go downhill with the data, with vector mathematics. And as it gets lower and lower and lower, it gets to a decision threshold and it makes a decision that says, yeah, this is probably malicious. So when you're looking at AI, you're literally going through and you are trying to go through and identify normal. It baselines what's normal, and anything that is a data point indicating normalcy, it tends to work away from. But anything that is a data point that is abnormal and is not part of normal data moves in a different path going down, right? It's lazy, right? So with this, you have Bob's account normally logs into like 40 systems, right? And we can baseline what is normal for that. I think that's possible for that as well. But if all of a sudden, like Bob normally does 30 and now all of a sudden pulls 3 gig, yeah, that's abnormal. That's kind of weird. That's something that's like going downhill into a black hole as a singularity. And yeah, it's bad. So we got to get into the question of basically saying, where are our logs? Like, where are our logs and what we're going to do? But before we do that, we're going to do a quick lab. We're going to talk about what is abnormal. So we're going to do the Blue Spawn lab. It's going to be not Blue Spawn, Deep Blue CLI. It's been one of those days. All right. So we're going to CD into Intro Labs. You're going to go into Deep Blue CLI Master. You're going to set the execution policy unrestricted. And you're going to look at event logs that represent different types of attack behaviors. Now, Deep Blue CLI is not a true, complete AI tool. It's just not that. But what it is a good stand-in to show you how it can identify abnormal behavior and patterns in the logs. So yes, you could say it's not using any AI at all, but it's got a lot of things that AI would look for as well. So with this, let's go ahead and let's set the clock for 15 minutes, Daryl, 15. And then we will be able to do a quick lab. Oh, sorry, 20. Set it for 20 minutes. Because I just actually, no, I'm wrong. Got to set it for 30 because we got, sorry, Daryl's going to hate me. We have 10 minutes for the break, 20 minutes for the lab. And I'm going to give you an extra challenge and I want you to put it in Discord. I want you to take this data of these different types of encodings at the bottom, feed it to AI and see if AI can explain to you what is going on with the encoding. And you can do this with a screenshot. That's what I'm going to do. But you can feed it to AI with a screenshot and see what it comes up with. All right, so get rolling. All right, we're back. All right, let's get into it. All right, so let's start the walkthrough. So we're going to CD into Intro Labs. Well, it helps to actually have your terminal up and running. There we go. And then for whatever reason, I had it broken up into two separate things for the path. I fixed that in the newer version, so pay no mind. All right, so we're going to move into setting the execution policy to unrestricted, like so. That just allows any scripts to run without them being signed. And we're going to run it against the new user security EVTX file. And this one's interesting. A lot of people don't necessarily pick up on it. So as human beings, we tend to ignore really long numbers and strings. It's just kind of natural to the way that we look at things. But I want you all to look at that SID, right? If we look at that SID, you can see that that SID is like really, really, really super long, and it's identical. But I want you to look at what the usernames are. One username is a dot or a dash, sorry, and the other username is the IE user, but the dash has been added to the local administrator group, right? So this is something very weird going on with the 1000 user account, and that would naturally be something that we would want to investigate as much as we possibly could. So let's go ahead and let's try to do the password guessing. Password guessing is very, very different than password spraying. Password guessing is where you're taking a user account and you're attempting multiple different passwords to gain access to that particular user account. Now, this is one of those things that can actually be stopped pretty easily with account lockout, right? Like if I'm on the inside of a network and I nail an account and I hit it, let's say 6,425 times, that account will lock out, except if it's an administrator account. If it's a local administrator account, by default, it does not, total logon failures was 3,560. You cannot lock out the local administrator account. The other thing that this is telling me is this is not remote over SMB. Why would I say it's not remote over SMB? Because you can't log in to the administrator account remotely unless you make changes to the local settings. So this tells me that it's more than likely a attack where somebody is using password spray attack using RDP, or it's someone at the keyboard, maybe, I don't know, or possibly my policies are messed up in that one, which is kind of fun. Next, we're going to go to a password spray. Password sprays are very different than password guessing. Where a password guess is targeting one account, a password spray is where you are sending the same password to multiple different accounts. And that's what you actually see here. You see a whole bunch of accounts from one account, Jay Wright or Josh Wright's account, try to log in to all of these other accounts. And that's bad. Like you would definitely want to investigate that one. Now we have Deep Blue CLI and we're looking at different types of encoding. And I love this section because this is an opportunity to show you where AI can shine, right? So if I take, let me just take one of these, right? So if I take this command, oh no. I don't know what just happened there. Let's go back and reconnect. Okay, looks like we're coming back. Maybe. All right, cool. We're fine. We're fine. It's fine. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this command and we're just going to throw it into ChatGPT. All right, I'm just going to take this. We're going to go into ChatGPT and say, does this look like malware? And then I paste it in. I throw it up. And yeah, ChatGPT does perfectly fine in running against text. And it also can take images of text as well. And it's going through, as you're seeing, a classic string building obfuscation technique with IEX, which invoke expression. And it does all of these things. All right. So that's pretty cool. Now, the thing I like about it is it does a really good explanation of it. But okay, that's pretty easy. But if we get down a little bit further, we start to get to some types of obfuscation that just are a little nuts, right? So Let me see if I can get this whole one. Let me find one I can get on my screen completely. So here's base 64. Go ahead and do this. And it's going to load it up. And it should come back and say it's base 64 encoded. Yep, there we go. Pretty cool. Now, if I go all the way down, we get to some really weird ones like, what is this? Oh, no. I hate that little window. Okay, here we go. Mm-hmm. There we go. So I'm going to take this one, which is a bunch of ones and zeros. See if it gets that one. Is everything okay? Everything's fine. Highly suspicious. It's using binary to character decoding, right? So we've got binary strings, splitting and removing junt characters, convert int into int16 string. That's pretty cool, right? So this is basically like a powerful tool for you to be able to analyze and say what is actually going on here with some of these. Now, one of them is just crazy. This one right here. I'm going to try to just copy this one. Oh, too far. Copy it. And this, there we go. Let's see how it does on that one. I think it's actually going to nail this one too, because this is a common type of encoding, right? And it says weird variable names. It's actually using legal PowerShell, but they're being used to make analytics incredibly painful. It builds a string indirectly from things like at brackets, and which is known obfuscation tricks as well. But so cool, right? Like this is what we should be using AI for, right? To make our lives easier in understanding what is actually going on. All right, so let's go ahead and let's keep going. We're going to talk, we're going to jump into another lab here in just a little bit, but we're also going to get into the question of where exactly are our logs, right? Like where are the logs? Like where do they exist? And it really, I was talking about it, I can't remember if it was this morning or last night. I've been at my computer and I've been online like nonstop. But I was talking about SaaS. It was at the news last night. SaaS applications, especially custom written SaaS applications, written by AI, they just suck at logging. Like they're just really bad at that thing. But it's important for us to try to find all of our logs where we can do drilling to try to identify what our logs are actually capturing. It becomes absolutely essential for everybody to keep focused on Active Directory logs, right? Those are kind of the glue that pulls everything together, especially in the area of authentication. So you're going to need those, right? And you're going to need UEBA to start tying those Active Directory servers whenever you're dealing with multiple forests, clustered Active Directory. You're going to need those logs to make sense of what's going on, especially when you're dealing with transitive trust relationships with Active Directory. And once again, being able to kind of highlight and show what this looks like is so critical, right? So cool to be able to say, okay, I have this account that's logged into this system. These users are locked into that account. And it gives you that full kind of flight path and attack path of what's going on. I also like getting a breakdown of who my top talkers are, like who are the top workstations, who are the top user accounts, who are the top administrator accounts in the environment to be able to see what's going on. Timing also makes a huge bit of difference. Really, really cool to look at what time analysis does as well. Just opening up Event Viewer because it takes a little while and I'm going to need it here in a second. And one of the cool things about this, I think their like heat map is broken, but you can see that whatever happens in this environment happened at like hour 15. And you can see all of these logons and you can see the numbers actually go through and spike with that, which is pretty cool, right? All right, so we already did the Deep Blue CLI lab to kind of show you how we can do that type of analysis to figure out. But one of the things we didn't talk about is how Deep Blue CLI has the capability to incorporate sysmon logs. And that's going to be our transition point into talking about how incredibly awesome sysmon actually is. So before we get into sysmon, let's have a conversation about logs. So if I go into Windows logs, a lot of you have never seen Windows logs. Some of you have. Some of you will live in Windows logs. It's like just your thing that you're doing all the time. So if I go into Windows logs and I look in the security logs, it's difficult because you would think that there would be security relevant information in that log, like information about what permission somebody had. Did somebody try to access something and was it blocked? Now, there are some things like logging of users logging in. That's great. But you also get a tremendous amount of like special privileges assigned to new login, ID system, NT authority. Well, who tried to log in as that account, right? Somebody did something. See, this gets into a weirdness of Windows. If I go in and I change group policy, like I change the security settings, it doesn't say that John Strand changed the security settings. It says the system account made a change to the security settings. What? Yeah, the system account. John Strand invoked privileged use. And there's no real log that ties that privileged use to the system account actually making the change, which is weird. But let's go ahead and let's look at like application logs, right? I would think that these would be logs on the applications that are running, like which application started. No. You get things like successfully auto update third-party root list with effective date of Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. What? What about this one? Offline down level migration succeeded. What? Successfully scheduled software protection service for restart. Reason? Rules engine. It's just bad, is what I'm trying to say. You get into this one, ESENT. SVC host, DB token, the database engine attached to database, Windows System 32 config, system profile, app data, local data sharing storage, DS token, db2.dat. What? Like, okay, let's take this and let's be like, what is this? Let's throw it into ChatGPT. I've done this before. It does this. And it'll explain it. But it's one of those things that's like, seriously? Like, we don't have something like you started Skype. That's not there, right? That just doesn't exist, right? It's the extensible storage engine, SVC host, which is services controller host, right? And a ton of Microsoft components use it. Search, Active Directory, Edge, IE Cache, Windows Updates, Defender. But it still doesn't tell us what the service was that actually attached to it. So you get a ton of event logs that really don't matter at all to computer security and what we're doing, but Sysmon changes that. And we're going to do a lab here in a little bit where you're going to play with Sysmon and you're going to see just how powerful it actually is. So here's an example use case of how I use Deep Blue CLI. We would run Deep Blue CLI. We would see a whole bunch of different password spraying. This one, Bertha Schultz. And then I would go and write some PowerShell to extract out all the Bertha Schultz logs to see what's going on. And you can see there's a very quick time pattern of polling of her trying to log into things. And they've added into Deep Blue CLI, Deep White CLI, and Deep White CLI is the ability to integrate with Sysmon logs themselves. Now, log on anomalies. Once again, you have this user account that's logging into hundreds of other accounts. That would be an anomaly. But your detection logic and what you can detect, like based on your logs, is only as good as the data the logs give you. So now we got to spend a little bit of time. We got to talk about like current state of logs. And there's a whole bunch of logs that they recommend enabling. Some of them are more noisy than others. 4624, 4634, login, log off, ACL object access, process launch and usage. You have all these different things. I don't recommend turning on the firewall logs in Windows. That's just bad. Okay. I just don't think that that's something you want to do. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. But you have these core logs that you should turn on. But if we go back and we do this, a question of logs and percentages, right? Because I know the power of a question. There'll be no shelter here. The front line is everywhere, right? Do I need these logs in my SIM? Do I need these logs in my data lake or whatever the hell people are actually calling it, right? Do I need these logs? Probably not. If you're looking at most organizations, if you're looking at the percentages, odds are less than 5% of the logs they capture have a rule, a detect, or an alert associated with them. That means anywhere between like 90 to 95% of the logs are just garbage logs that provide no value for any detection capabilities. But the issue is a lot of vendors are the ones that tell you what you should be logging. And they tell you the same thing, more and everything, right? And the reason why they tell you that is simple, because the more you log, the more money they make, because they charge you based on how much you log. So let's take a simple thing. Command line logging, right? If I'm on a Windows computer system and I open up a command prompt and I type hacker things, right? So if I'm doing things like hacker, right? That's not going to work, right? But wouldn't it be nice if somebody typed hacker and it would have an alert on that or something like that, maybe? Well, let's say we want to turn that on because it seems like a really good idea that everyone should do. I am sure that Microsoft made it really simple to enable command line logging, right? I'm going to go through this not because you have to memorize it. I'm going to go through this because it's insane. All right. So you must have audit process creation auditing enabled. You must enable the policy setting, include command line and process creation events. And it says when you use advanced audit policy configuration settings, you need to confirm that these settings are not overwritten by basic audit policy settings. Not done. Increase the log size because it's kind of small. And then to see the effects of the update, you've got to go to admin template system audit process creation and enable that. Then you have to go to policies, Windows security, advanced audit detail tracking and enable that. And oh, by the way, once again, you don't want to end up in a scenario where your log settings are actually overwritten. Then to avoid the overwriting of that audit setting, you got to make a third setting, define domain policy, computer security, local security audit. You got to enable it. All of that, and then ta-da, you have command line logging. So, and there, what's the joke? And there was much rejoicing. I don't even know how something like this happens. Actually, I do. I tell a joke about this all the time in other classes, but the joke is cocaine. It was a lot of cocaine at Microsoft when they were writing these things. Now, PowerShell logging, easy. You have to make these PowerShell settings. Now, thankfully, with PowerShell, you have the ability to roll this into a script and you have the ability to just execute it. But then you have PowerShell logs. And that's nice. But wouldn't it be easier and more fun if you could do it in just seconds with Sysmon? Now, what's really cool is Microsoft has started incorporating Sysmon with every modern Windows operating system by default. But the weird thing for me is Mark Rusanovich wrote this back in 2014. And it's literally the logs that you've been looking for. It is literally what you've all been looking for. Like, I want to know when a program started. I want to know who started that program. I want to know the network connections of that program. I want to know the parent process of that program. It's all there. It's been there with Microsoft since 2014. And just now, they're making it default. The Sysmon log locations are in Event Viewer, Application Service Logs, Microsoft, all the way down to Windows, and then Sysmon operational. And then you get this detail, this sweet, sweet, amazing detail. You get the executable. You get the full path to the executable, the original file name. Now, let me explain why this is important. With Metasploit, whenever it creates an executable, it actually puts that executable into a program called ab.exe, which stands for Apache Bench. It's a utility. And I don't know why they use it. They just found it and then they started stuffing their malware into it. But this is cool because it's giving us the original name, the file version, who wrote it. It's Apache. It's giving us the full directory, and it's also giving us the hashes of that executable as well, and the parent process image that invoked it. This is what you've been looking for your logs and analytics. This is absolutely what you've been looking for. And you can push it out super easy with group policy. Just push it on out. If you need to get those logs off the system, you can utilize WinLogBeat and pull those logs. I got to put myself in do not disturb. There we go. And you can get them. And there's all kinds of cool tools out there for analyzing your logs. We have like SOC Prime is an example of some cool log analysis. Sigma is an open language for writing alerts and detects. And you can write it once in Sigma, and then you can convert it into almost any SIM platform that you would want to have. And yes, once again, Exchange logging, it's not on by default as well. It's just a pain in the ass, but no one should be running on-prem Exchange. Honestly, I need to remove this slide. We've already done Deep Blue CLI. We're going to go straight into Sysmon. All right, so I'm going to go to my introduction to labs. We're going to go to the lab directory, and we are going to go to Sysmon right here. Right here. Now, the goal of this lab is to show you what malware looks like through the lens of Sysmon. And it's really there to get you to the point where you need to use Sysmon, you need to set up configs, you need to roll it out into your environment because it is straight up the type of logs that everyone needs. All right. So you're going to open up PowerShell, you're going to disable runtime monitoring on your system, you're going to set the firewall off, and you're going to change the password. Now, this is really important. Do not refresh your browser. If you refresh your browser, you're going to get an angry red banner because it's logging on with a random administrator password. And when you change it, it's not going to let you access it via Guacamole anymore. So what you would have to do is destroy your VM and then relog in again on it as well. So very cool. All right. So if we keep going, you're going to go into Kali. You're going to become root. You're going to create malware and you're going to migrate it over to a share on that system. You're going to use the exploit multi-handler, set the interpreter as your payload. You're going to set your Linux IP address. You're going to exploit. But before you exploit, you're going to install Sysmon on your system. Then you're going to run the malware, and then you're going to see what the wonderful, wonderful logs are that it gives you. Now, with this lab, it's going to take us up to and through the break. So I'm going to do this. Let's just set the clock for 33 minutes just to make sure that we're closing on a good point. So 33 minutes. And we will resume. I'm not going to do the walkthrough today. Go ahead and start it. I'm not going to start the walkthrough today. The clock. Go ahead and start the clock, Daryl. I'm not going to start the walkthrough today. I will do that tomorrow when we come back because I want to do some off-roading and show you some really cool stuff when we get back. But that is the lab. But when we come back, we're going to do Ask Me Anything. And I'm going to do Ask Me Anything while I'm playing competitive backdoors and breaches with you all. And I'll jump in. I'll create a game, get 4 of you to play with me. And then you guys can, if you want, you can set up your own games and play while you're talking to me too. We're going to walk through how to set up a game and use competitive backdoors and breaches. Let's do this. See you in a bit. Come on, Zoom. Yes, we're back. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We are going to play Backdoors and Breaches. All right. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to go play competitive and I'm just going to create a new game. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do Ask Me Anything with the same, at the same time, multiple classes. We're having trouble with Meta. I'll talk to you later on that.
Yeah, I think something's going on with Meta CTF. So we've reached out.
That looks like an error in the lab. Or sorry, like somebody messed up in the lab. Okay, so I think I know what's going on. I think that people are doing the wrong lab. I think that they're going through the steps. Hold on.
Are they
So
going like the anti-labs instead of?
Yeah, I think they're doing the anti-labs are the ones through the cards. So this is the lab you should be doing, right? So it's right here. This is the lab you should be doing. And I think that people are doing, like, it looks to me like they're doing a 64 or they're doing a different version of the lab. But I tell you what, I'm going to go through and we'll do the full walkthrough tomorrow on that. Oh, no, MetaCTF labs are basically, oh, that's different. That's not a problem inside the lab. It looks like some people had trouble with the labs themselves.
Yeah.
In the cloud environment. But I will tell you that one of the problems, I don't know, that looks like something else. But at any rate, I'll do the walkthrough tomorrow. How's that sound, everybody? All right. So with that, let's do the Ask Me Anything. I'm going to destroy my cloud lab right now. And I might be seeing the exact same thing that you all are seeing right now. So, all righty. So we got it in, but we can play Backdoors and Breaches. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start a game and I'm going to make it a 4-person game and we're going to call it Ask Me Anything, like that. And we're going to go public. Anyone can join. So I'm going to create and join that. And now you all can join up to 4 people. If people want to get logged into it, check it out, which would be cool. All right. So we have anybody joining?
Maybe they're scared. I would be.
If anybody's afraid of playing me on this,
Maybe.
but we
Jesse,
can go through.
you need to get in there and play him.
Who?
Jesse.
Jesse should. That would be cool.
Yeah. Roswell. Let's just start calling people out.
I got Elastic Panda spectating already. Like they're like, okay, there we go. We got Jesse.
Yeah.
And she's creating her deck. Go ahead. She's ready to go. Do we have anyone else? Cheddar Bob is in.
Sweet.
Right. We got to choose a random deck. I'm going to choose my deck. So I'm ready. Submitting my deck. And Cheddar Bob, choose your deck. Go ahead and choose random. Or if you already have a deck, we can go through with that. And Cheddar Bob is almost there. We're ready. Let's start the game. All right. So we'll do this and Ask Me Anything. I'm going to roll for initiative. Go ahead and click on the glowing dice. Jesse. Oh my God. I rolled a 3. Jesse rolled a 6. Cheddar and Arkumai. It looks like Cheddar's got to roll again. There we go. Oh my God.
Oh, 20.
Cheddar is starting it out. There we go. All right, Cheddar. All right. So to get started on your turn, you need to click on the glowing deck over here and you need to choose one of 3 of those competitive cards that you want to activate. You want to choose one of those cards to activate, and then you're going to roll for it. There you go. There he's choosing his 3 cards. It's coming on. Which one did he choose? It's kind of funny to see this. We almost need like an, there they chose, oh my God, they're going to go straight for stealing 3 RP. Go ahead and click the dice to roll, sir. 8. Thank God it failed because I can only guess where that was going to go. Now, Chetta, you can see in the middle, you've entered the buying phase. So you would click down here on the browse market to buy a card. Now, you don't have to buy a card. You can skip the buy phase, which I recommend you do because offense is awesome. But you can scroll down and say skip the buy phase, or you can click in the upper right-hand corner over here. You can choose to skip purchasing and move to attack. Oh, there we go. Go ahead and roll. And just like that, he failed at rolling. So now we got Orkamai's turn. So once again, Orkamai, you're going to click over here, choosing their cards. That's great. And we'll do that. And they did CTO on ketamine, which is one of my favorite cards, and it's activated. They just got 2 resource points and they get an extra action. That means if they fail at rolling, then they get to roll again. Once again, oh, they purchased the SIM card. Bold move, Megan. Bold move buying a SIM card at the beginning of the game. And now they're going to move to an attack phase. So go ahead and click the dice to do the attack. Oh, got in with an 11. Now, how are you going to move laterally or persist? Go ahead and click the dice again because you get to roll again. Failed, but because you had CTO on ketamine, you get to roll again. So go ahead and roll that dice again. Activate the card. Got a 14. Now you're going to move laterally in the environment. You get to keep rolling until you fail. Keep rolling. Oh my God, this sucks so bad. We need some failure here. Gonna roll again. But keep rolling on the attack until you fail. Here we go. It's coming up. Waiting for it. Oh my God. Oh, they target me? Like, do they not like the Ask Me Anything? So now they're going to roll for my resource points at this particular point. So now every value over 10 is equal to 1 resource point. So an 11 is 1 and 12 is 2, 13 is 3, and you get 1 roll for my resource point. So go ahead and roll for my resource. 20 knocks me out of the game. 15, damn it.
John, you're very good at this game.
That was
how is that?
Yeah, well, I don't, and it's not like I helped create this game or anything.
I know.
All right, Jesse, lower right-hand corner, you're going to select your competitive deck and you're going to choose one of 3 of those competitive cards. Once again, if you have any questions, you should type them in now. That would be cool because I can answer questions and play competitive backdoors and breaches, which I think is a lot of fun. So you got to click on the glowing backdoors and breaches card in the lower left-hand corner. That starts your turn. Oh, do we lose Jesse? I'm afraid that we might have lost her. There we go. Now choose one of those 3 cards to activate. This is usually the most difficult thing because you got to make decisions, and that's CTO on ketamine. 1 critical failure, which lucky for you does nothing. Now you can choose at this point if you want to defend. You can purchase a defense card. You have to click on the glowing blue shield icon down at the bottom. And she purchased the SIM card. Looks like we got a pattern here, Megan, of going with the SIM card, setting up a little bit of defense. We're moving into the offense. She only has 6 resource points. That card is an expensive card. There's no doubt about it. So go ahead and roll for attack. Spin that dice. Got in with fishing. Got to roll again. Let's see what we can do for persistence on this. So keep rolling until you fail is what we do. So she's going to roll again. Application shimming. 13. It means it's successful. Let's go ahead and roll again. And let's fail this point because I can only guess where she's going to attack. Ah, damn it. Credential harvesting. One more. Let's see if she completes the attack chain at this point. Roll again. And I feel like Rodney Dangerfield right now, Megan. No respect on this, right?
Are you going to pull out the triple Indy?
Yes, steal failed. Yeah, that's it. Stealing failed. It is now my turn. I'm going to choose one of the 3 cards. I am going to go to stolen Binance creds, and I got to roll 11 or higher to activate that. Bam. And I'm going to go directly for, who is it that attacked me? It was Orkamai, right? I'm going after Orkamai because I'm a vengeful type of person, getting some of those resource points back. I am not going to purchase anything. I'm going to go straight into the attack. You know what? I'm going to kick on Orkamai because he's got all the resources. So I roll and I rolled a 9 and I failed. So yeah, that's awesome. Now it's Cheddar Bob's turn. All right, Cheddar Bob. It's the Cheddar Bob Federation versus John. That's a bit much. All right, so let's choose that right there. You've been trying to beat Seth. Seth's got good strength on that. Skip an opponent's next turn. DDoS. Who are you going to activate that against? All right, we'll see. All righty. We got here. Now moving into a purchase phase, Cheddar Bob. Boy, just spending my money on things like server analysis. That makes me feel great to use that against me, Cheddar Bob. And we're moving into the attack phase, which sucks because ultimately I've got a full attack path by 2 people against me. You would think it would have been smarter for me, Megan, to do some defense. I probably should have done some defense, but I was trying to put them on the defense because they say the best offense is defense or defense is offense or one of those 2 things.
Yeah.
And now they get to roll and they're going to do an attack roll. And it failed. Orkamai is going at it. So let's go ahead and choose the competitive card over here in the lower left-hand corner. Choose that one. It's good beta testing though.
It is. It's really interesting to watch.
Okay, other classes are good. What other class is going with meta? What other classes are going on, Brian? So
We have the private class.
oh, so it pooped the bed for a private class. That's fun. But we're all good.
I think so.
Test and production fail. Fail. Here you go. Failure. That word comes up in your mom's dictionary or in your mom's diary quite often, doesn't it? I'm trying to come up with somewhat clean. Oh no, I shouldn't have said anything.
Not the mom.
This is gonna hurt.
Not invoking mom right after.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Let's roll the dice. Let's see what happens. You got to click it to roll it. It's just sitting there.
Click it. Click it.
Click it. Oh, it's lagging a little bit. But it's gonna go. It's gonna go. But we can also
It reminds me of like the wheel on the Price is Right. I'm gonna
yeah, right.
super slow.
Or is it froze now? Uh-oh. Nope, there we go.
Here we go.
I think I'm out of the game. Nope, I'm down to 1. What? Oh, Jesse's gonna come at it proper. See what she does. You know, people accuse me. They're like, so do you have like some kind of hidden thing that allows you to like manipulate the rolls? And I wish I did. Oh, we just got logged out. So let me go ahead and log back in. Oh, I just got to do John. I don't know. Did you guys get kicked out or was it just me? Coming in. There we go. Came right back. Just me. You had to refresh. All you had to do. It might have been a timing thing. All right.
That's
so
good to know that it brings you back into the game. So that's a good
it just drops you straight back in to your game. So we're good to go. Is it my turn? Nope. I think it's still Jesse's turn. Rolling to steal. Rolling. What? Is it just the roll that's lagging?
I don't know. It kind of seems like it, huh?
Yeah, it does. But I'm kind of wondering because this is hosted up on Amazon or DigitalOcean. I can't remember which. I wonder if we're seeing some weird things on the internet today.
It would be just another day.
I'm done. You just knocked me out. I'm out of the game. I am now officially.
Dang it.
Look at that. That's
You get the red skull of death.
Been eliminated. All right, Cheddar Bob. Okay. going back.
If anybody has any questions and ask me anything,
yeah, you can totally ask me questions.
Totally ask questions, especially because John's dead now.
Ooh, 2 resource points from any opponent.
Ooh.
It's kind of funny how people just gang up on someone like me.
Yeah.
They just totally come at me, bruh. And
Yeah.
it's just kind of a thing.
Can you, when you get that, can you take one resource point from each person if there's only 2 people left?
There are cards that allow you to do that.
Okay. So
there are cards,
but that one is just specific to, because this is the first time I'm seeing it too. So
yeah, it works pretty good. I just can't believe how well everyone is rolling except for me.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Orcamai's doing their thing. There we go. What card are they going to choose? So how you get good at competitive backdoors and breaches is you build your competitive deck. So you build your deck and there's different like strategies, right? Like go with the cheapest cards, go with the most expensive cards, things like that. And you kind of do that strategy and you build your deck. Now, over time, we're going to be releasing expansion packs and you'll be able to get new cards and add them in. But my most excited feature for this game that's going to happen is in the future, whenever you play tournament style, you're only going to be able to use cards that you've solved a CTF challenge to earn. So if you're going to use something like, fishing, you're going to have to do a fishing CTF challenge. If you're going to do web app, you're going to need to solve a web app challenge. So to build your deck, you're going to need to build up your skills to be able to play the game effectively. So that's what's going to be coming up with the competitive tournament style here in a little bit on that as well. ACE-T, is there a specific study guide? No, my classes are pretty much the ACE-T certification. So if you go through that, you're doing great on that as well. You're doing good. So are we froze again? I wonder. Oh, here we go. Moving into an action. Here it comes. Yeah, there's a lot of Linux knowledge that you got to go with. Oh, got on the board. What else do we got? Oh, I always hate it whenever you roll out the first turn. Like just so disheartening when that happens. Also, we will have the ability for the AI bot. Hopefully soon. We actually have it built. I just got to get an AI server for the dev team so they can teach it to play backdoors and breaches against people, which is what we're going to be heading towards here in a little bit on that as well. Trade, theft, and critical fail. Now, the game gets really interesting whenever you're playing competitive as a defense or an attack roll. If you roll a 1, that's a critical failure. That literally like gets the attacker their entire attack path. If you're an attacker and you roll a 20, that's a critical success, and it automatically fills in your entire attack path or your kill chain against your opponents on that as well. So very cool stuff. There we go. Oh, good one. New management's a good card.
Yeah, new management's difficult sometimes.
And also, we're playing with this. I'm a little bit concerned. Cheddar Bob dropped a trap. Trap card. Yeah, we have trap cards. So when you're building your deck, you can have cards that'll spring when someone sets it. So you can see he has a trap card. So either someone's initial attack and compromise, pivot and escalate, lateral movement, or C2 card will be neutralized because of the trap that Cheddar Bob has put in the game. So very good. But no, they are testing it right now for admins with the that we can bring in bots. So you can play like 4 people, 2 real, 2 bots, or 1 person and 4 bots as well. Looks like we're stealing money, Cheddar Bob. Let's see how this goes. Oh, got 3. Is Jesse's still in it though? It's brutal, isn't it, Jesse? It hurts when someone attacks you and steals their money. I'm just saying we should commiserate over that. Oh, we got another trap on the table.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we do have a leaderboard, by the way. But right now it's set up for the AI bots. So they're setting up different approaches, like what their win approach is. And we're having the bots come up with different strategies as well. So, but no, this is the game. I hope you guys like it. I really think it'll help people, especially whenever we start incorporating the labs and the CTF challenges into the game. I really think it's just going to take off. It's just so much fun to learn. And you really feel like whenever you use a card, you feel like you earned that card. Like whenever we put in the CTF challenge on that as well. It does put a damper on our relationship. No, we don't have any sound effects. But I was telling you with the AIs, we were thinking about letting the AIs do snarky comments because we have the game chat down here. And we were thinking about the game chat, like AI doing snarky comments. And I might give it a list of commonly said quotes from AI and like positive quotes and negative quotes and let it pull a random quote, whether or not it's positive or negative. And like if somebody like Hack the Planet is a good one, but let's say that somebody wipes out a bot, it can do a chat of like, what are you doing, Dave? And then Daisy, Daisy. So we're having a lot of fun with this. And the team.
You sunk my battleship.
You sunk my battleship. I like that one too. So. All right, everybody. With that, I'm going to wrap it up. You all can keep playing.
Yeah.
Just do your thing. But I'm going to wrap up the class. I want to say thank you so much, everybody. But yes, there is going to be a card collection type thing. Here, can we pause? Here, I'm going to show you something. Before everyone leaves, let me go to the cards. If you look at the cards, every one of these cards has a different like diamond at the bottom. Those are actually QR codes. And in the future, when you're like going to get the actual real cards in the future, like foil packs, you'll be able to scan a QR code and add that card to your deck. So there's going to be cards that'll only show up at conferences. And if you want those special, like powerful cards, you're able to scan the QR code at the bottom and then add that card to your deck. So it'll be cool. All right. With that, everybody, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Later.
All right, everyone. Have a good evening. Hopefully, you learned lots of fun stuff in the labs today. And I guess with that, we're going to go ahead and shut her down for the day. Go ahead and kill it with fire, Daryl. Have a good night, everyone.